Excuse me. Should I speak Czech or English? Okay. I would like to mention yesterday a celebratory meeting to open this year's summit with two keynote speakers, being Secretary General and President Biden. Secretary General stated that despite all the differences that we faced in the past years, this alliance proved to be not only longest lasting, but also the most successful alliance in the world and human history. I believe that as we see it as the sphere of cooperation, sphere of security, these arguments are true. Then we saw within the speech of President Biden a number of strong statements vis-à-vis Ukraine that were clearly stating that not only the path towards NATO membership is irreversible, but also that we collectively will not let Ukraine fall down. I think.
How concerned are you about the lack of air defences for the central and eastern flank as well, which your country is such a large part of as well? We look woefully underprepared according to the latest statistics.
Well, first, I would divide this issue into two lines. First is the most urgent, that is a provision of air defense to Ukraine. And President Biden announced the initiative of 5 countries to provide necessary systems as soon as possible. And second, in short and mid-term, is the reinforcement of air defense within the eastern flank. And that will be part of a new phase of NATO defense planning process, where all the countries will receive new capability targets, including air defense.
Many leaders within this alliance seem to be dramatically weakened at the moment. Do you think this summit is still able to send a strong signal towards Moscow?
I believe so, because there is a unanimous agreement on declaration that is quite straightforward, not only pointing to the fact that Russia is the most urgent security challenge to all of us, but also the need of supporting Ukraine as long as it takes. Pokud nedojde k nějakému dalšímu neočekávanému vývoji, tak to slovo tam bude. Je to důležité proto, že pro ukrajinské občany, ukrajinské ozbrojené síly je mimořádně důležité udržovat vysoký morál a k tomu potřebují perspektivu. Ta perspektiva je právě daná tím, že proces bude označen za nezvratný. Musím říct, že až překvapivě shoda na všech zásadních tématech. Já si myslím, že často je potřeba odhlédnout od některých titulků a věnovat se obsahu. A když jsme se bavili o obsahu těch hlavních témat, tak tam se v naprosté většině shodneme. Ať už se to týká Ukrajiny, vztahu k Rusku, Číně, případně provázanosti bezpečnostních problematik globálně. V tom všem jsme se shodli. O tom nepadlo ani slovo. My jsme se nebavili o konkrétních projektech, bavili jsme se o těch hlavních politických a bezpečnostních prioritách. Děkuji.
Good morning. Just a couple of words to kick off with my foreign minister and defense minister will be here in a second as well. It's a great privilege to be here in my first NATO summit as President of the Republic of Finland. My first observation is to say that NATO has now doubled its border with Russia. And Russia is the biggest threat to the alliance. We in Finland fully understand the responsibility that we have as a new member state. We are very serious about our defense, have been so ever since World War II. You will see us as a security provider, not a security consumer. We hit all the targets set by the alliance. You will know that we have obligatory military service and 900,000 men and women that have done their service. We have 280,000 that we can mobilize at wartime. We have 62 F-18s, 64 F-35s, land, air, sea missiles, and the biggest artillery in Europe together with Poland. And there's a reason why we have that. We want to protect ourselves and we want to protect the alliance. As far as the summit is concerned, we're very happy with the final declaration and the outcome that we will see, especially on two accounts. One is defense and deterrence. We are seeing now, I would argue, the rebirth of NATO 3.0, a real Zeitenwende for the alliance, where we're putting our mouth where our money is, and we're showing that our operative capacity, our planning capacity, and in general our capacity is right there. And secondly, we are extremely happy about the language that we're getting in supporting Ukraine. It is, of course, for us, the most important conflict close to our border, and the support that we are giving Ukraine in terms of making it in the future into a NATO member, in terms of financial and military assistance, and in terms of coordinating assistance is extremely important. I think it's very important to give a message to the Kremlin from here that Ukraine's path and bridge towards NATO membership is now irreversible, and in that sense I'm happy to be here celebrating the 75th anniversary of the strongest military alliance in the history of the world. With these words, I'm happy to take my foreign minister and defense minister and then answer questions.
Just a quick word, sir.
Yeah.
If Mr. Putin isn't stopped in Ukraine, do you fear that the Baltic Sea is the next target? I know the Baltic nations are very concerned about the presence of Russia on their borders.
We don't fear anything. We plan for everything. That means that we look at different types of scenarios. But to be honest, I think the deterrence that we have right now, Finland, Sweden, Norway, all of us being part of the alliance, I don't think it makes any sense for Russia to make any kind of a move towards that direction. The Baltic Sea is now a NATO lake with an extremely strong defense capacity. I mentioned Poland with the biggest artillery together with Finland. I mentioned the Zeitenwende that Germany has done in its defense. And if you look at the capacity of Finland on land, capacity of Sweden and in the air and sea, and the capacity of Norway in general, I don't see the direction of Putin going towards the Baltic Sea at all. What we need to do now, and I follow the words of Secretary General Stoltenberg, is that the more we support Ukraine now, the sooner we can end the war. Coming eastbound or westbound from the Russian perspective is not a good idea.
With so many leaders domestically doing within the alliance, how is it possible to still send a strong signal?
Well, I disagree with your basic premise. We've just had Keir Starmer elected as the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. I just spent a good hour with 15 senators, including also Chancellor Scholz, Prime Minister Starmer, Prime Minister Kristersson, and actually Jens Stoltenberg, discussing the security situation in Europe. I have never seen the European Union or NATO as unified or as strong as we have been ever since Russia attacked Ukraine. Remember that there's a long history of this, and that history began in 2008 with Russia attacking Georgia. It continued with the annexation of the Crimean Peninsula in 2014, and then a full-blown war in 2022. I think we reacted too late, but right now we're very strong and very unified, so I'm not worried that democracy would be throwing bad results at us. We're coping with it. Well, I'm avidly pro-American. I've done my undergraduate work at Furman University in Greenville, South Carolina in the end of the 1980s and early 1990s. So if there's one thing that I'm concerned about with the United States is the polarization of the political climate. It is, I have to admit, very toxic. But when I meet 15 senators, as I just did at the Senate, there is strong bipartisan support for Ukraine and also for NATO. And let me add that no matter who is elected as President of the United States, Joe Biden or Donald Trump, the United States will remain a superpower. And in order for the United States to remain a superpower and in the driver's seat in its pivoting towards China, it needs allies. And the strongest allies actually come from Europe. We are a value-based alliance, 32 members in the alliance based on democracy. The United States has roughly 60 allies out of 200 countries in the world. So any idea that the United States would be turning its back against Europe, I simply don't buy that. I think, as far as I understand, the text is in what they call and I'm learning this because this is my first summit, in a NAC silent procedure. So basically it is looking quite good. I've read the conclusions through a couple of times and I'm very pleased with the outcome from the perspective of the alliance, but also from the perspective of a new member state like Finland. En lue, vaan luen sitä sillä tavalla, että Nato eli liittolaiset tulevat antamaan vahvan tuen Ukrainalle 3 kautta, josta ensimmäinen on rahallinen ja materiaalinen tuki, toinen on koordinaatio- ja missiotuki ja 3. on sitten tuki, eräänlainen silta kohti NATO-jäsenyyttä. I hope all of you agree. I am quite convinced that that type of language, in other words, words such as irreversible and bridge, will be found in the summit declaration. Why is this important? Because the only thing that Putin and Russia understands is power. And Putin and Russia need to understand that what they expected to do, the exact reverse happened. They wanted to Russify Ukraine, it became European. They wanted to prevent Ukraine's EU membership. They will become members of the European Union. They wanted to prevent the enlargement of NATO. Ukraine will become a NATO member. Finland and Sweden became NATO members as well. No, edelleen niin kuin lähtökohta on se, että kun nyt tapasin 15 senaattoria, myös ulkoministeri ja puolustusministeri ovat tavanneet kollegoitaan, niin olemme hyvin vakuuttuneita siitä, että riippumatta kuka valitaan Yhdysvaltain presidentiksi, niin Yhdysvaltain tuki Ukrainalle ja Natolle jatkuu. Miksi? Koska se on Yhdysvaltain intressissä. Eilen keskustelin noin 10-15 minuuttia presidentti Bidenin kanssa, satuimme itse asiassa samaan jonoon ja samaan lämpiöön. Ja oikein hyvä keskustelu, analysoimme vähän maailmanpoliittista tilannetta ja hän kertoi näkemyksiään Suomesta, jotka olivat hyvinkin myönteisiä ja rakentavia. Hän puhui siitä, että Naton raja Venäjän kanssa on kaksinkertaistunut. Hän puhui siitä, miten vahva Suomen puolustus on ja hänen omista Suomen vierailuista. Myös taisimme puhua Vancouverin olympialaisista vuonna 2010, jolloin olimme katsomassa mäkihyppyä.
Tässä kokouksessa ei saada konsensusta siitä, että Ukrainasta tulee Naton jäsen. Siis Ukraina ei saa tässä kokouksessa kutsua. Olisiko Suomi ollut valmis kutsumaan jo tässä kokouksessa Ukrainan Naton jäseneksi ja mitkä maat tämän konsensuksen estivät?
No, me olemme nuori, uusi jäsenmaa, eli me emme lähde mestaroimaan tai neuvomaan muita tässä. Me olemme valtavirrassa ja lähdimme pitkälti siitä, että toivoimme sanamuotoja, jotka vievät ja edistävät Ukrainan NATO-jäsenyyttä enemmän kuin Vilnan huippukokouksen sanamuodot. Ja tietysti muutamat maat olivat sitä mieltä, että pitää olla hyvin varovainen estämisen suuntaan, mutta kyllä mun mielestä se viesti tällä hetkellä on hirveän selkeä, eli Ukrainasta tulee NATO-jäsen. Ei nyt, mutta jossain vaiheessa. No varmaan suuri viesti tulee tämän deklaraation kautta ja se, että liittokunta seisoo vahvasti Ukrainan takana sekä taloudellisen että aseellisen tuen näkökulmasta, koordinoinnin näkökulmasta ja sitten loppupelissä myös siitä näkökulmasta, että Ukrainalle rakennetaan silta kohti NATO-jäsenyyttä. We'll take the last question in Finnish. Anteeksi? En ole vielä tuota uutista nähnyt tänä aamuna, joten en sitä sen enempää kommentoi. All right, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, really glad to be here to celebrate 75th anniversary of NATO. But this is not about the celebration, not only about the celebration. And we have to do more in order to strengthen our alliance, which is one of the most long-lasting and credible alliances in the world. As for me, as a president of Lithuania, it's very important that the decisions which were taken last year in Vilnius are in the stage of implementation. We need to do more, and we have to spend more, because Russia's war in Ukraine is further complicating the situation. The security situation in the region is deteriorating. Russia's economy is working full scale to service war machine. And what is important also, we have to take note about the role of Belarus, the neighboring country of Lithuania, because this country is fully available for all kinds of activities of Russian Federation in order to destabilize the situation at the border. Right now we know how complicated is the situation at the border with Poland because of illegal migration and hybrid attacks against Poland. Recently it was the case in other countries, in Latvia and Lithuania. So this is the reason why we have to spend more attention to the eastern flank of NATO. And the best instrument to do that is, of course, forward defense. Boots on the ground is the best deterrence factor in the eastern flank of NATO. I am really glad to say that we are very successfully working with our close ally Germany in deploying the full-size brigade in Lithuania, the process which will be completed in 2026. And this is a very good example and inspiration for our partners, for our allies to follow. For me, as a representative of eastern flank of NATO, it's very important that we go forward in increasing the defense spending, defense investments. It's very nice to see that our 2% club is expanding, but 2% as a threshold is not sufficient enough looking from our perspective, and Lithuania is committed to increase this defense spending up to 3% and in the coming years to do more. Very good that we spent the prior attention to the Ukraine, and I think this is very important that Ukraine receives positive signals comparing with Vilnius language of the last NATO summit. Irreversibility of the process is important. The bridge is important, but of course our friends, Ukrainians, expect more. And I hope that after the victory, there will be no question about full-fledged membership of Ukraine in NATO. So those are the issues which seem to be very important for us. And we, as I mentioned, we are glad to participate in this high-level summit and looking forward to cooperate with our allies in the future.
President Alzade, you mentioned the importance of Belarus as a Russian ally. In recent days, the Chinese troops have been training close to the Polish borders, working with their Belarusian counterparts. Isn't that a sad indictment of the failure of NATO, the West, the EU, the United States to isolate Russia on the international stage with key players such as China?
Well, it's very important to see the efforts of Russia to involve other countries in this war against Ukraine. And you mentioned Belarus. I didn't mention one more important factor, the deployment of Russian nuclear tactical weapons in Belarus. According to our knowledge, this is a reality. So those are deliberate attempts of Russian Federation to complicate the situation at the border. And of course, the involvement of China and other countries is also a very important factor. We have to pay more attention to this. But so far, our diplomatic efforts did not bring a sufficient result in that regard. But it doesn't mean that we have to put more efforts in order to get a positive result in the future.
Could you elaborate a bit why the irreversibility for Ukraine towards NATO is necessary, and will we find this kind of language also in the summit declaration?
Well, as you know, it was hard discussion in Vilnius how to send this positive signal to Ukraine, and I think we found good language in Vilnius summit, and probably there was limited room to improve this text in Washington, but I think it was the case. And irreversibility means that it's, first of all, this is a signal not to Ukraine so much itself, but to Russian Federation, that we are committed to go this way and to finalize it after the war is finished. I think this is improvement. If we are talking before the NATO summit in Washington that we have to find the formulas Vilnius plus language, I think we found it. I don't know how big is this improvement of the text, but that this is improvement, that is for sure.
How strong can the signal be with so many leaders domestically weak?
Well, I think this is important to understand that we are different and our attitude to the war in Ukraine is different. But even knowing that some leaders have a little bit different position and attitude to this war, we still are able to find the consensus at the table, especially now having a 32nd member of NATO at the table. We still are able to find necessary solutions, necessary wording in order to go forward. It's not so easy. I represent the country in the European Council. We have 27 members there. We have here even more members at the table, but we are still able to do that. And I think this is most important. Thank you. Yes.
Kad tas tiltas Ukraina į NATO iš tikrųjų veda į NATO ir nėra dar vienas tuščias pažadas, kurį Ukraina iš sąjungininkų turėjo jau daug nuo 2008 metų.
Žinote, visada galima kritikuoti bet kokį tekstą, tačiau man atrodo, kad svarbu yra tai, kad Vilniaus kalba ar Vilniaus retorika yra ne tik tai pakartota, bet ir pagerinta. Ir aš manau, kad tikrai reikia žiūrėti pozityviai į šitą būtent retoriką, kuri yra Vašingtone viršūnių susitikime, nes tai yra pozityvus signalas pirmiausia pačiai Ukrainai, kad procesas yra nestabdomas, kad procesas priklausys nuo tų reformų, kuriuos Ukraina įgyvendina dabar. Ir kad šitų reformų rezultate Ukraina taps ES nare ir NATO nare ir nemanau, kad tokioje tolimoje ateityje. Tai aš vis dėlto siūlyčiau žiūrėti į šį tekstą iš konstruktyviosios pusės, nors sutinku, kad galima kritikuoti bet kokį tekstą dėl to, kad jis galbūt nėra pakankamai ryžtingas ar nepakankamai stiprų signalą siunčia. Tiesiog tai yra šiandienos šios minutės konsensusas, kurį pasiekėme ir dėl to tą konsensusą turime branginti. Taip, aš manau, kad rotacinės oro gynybos sistema mums buvo labai svarbi nuo pat pradžių ir mes tikrai labai džiaugiamės, kad turėjome šito principo įgyvendinimą Vilniaus viršūnių susitikime. Tačiau lygiai taip pat puikiai supratome, kad jos įgyvendinimas nėra toks paprastas dėl dviejų priežasčių. Pirma, kad oro gynybos sistemų laisvų, kurias galėtų teikti mūsų alijanso nariai atskiroms valstybėms, ištekliai yra labai riboti dėl suprantamos priežasties, kadangi jų reikia Ukrainoje ir ko gero labiau netgi reikia Ukrainoje. Antra problema buvo ta, kad iš tikrųjų nebuvo labai aiškios sistemos, kaip atskiros šalis pildo tą oro gynybos sistemą, užtikrina tą rotacinį principą ir tai buvo daroma, tokių, sakyčiau, individualiomis pastangomis, kuomet prezidentai arba kiti valstybių vadovai važinėdavo ir prašydavo kitų sostinių suteikti vienokias ar kitokias sistemas. Tai, kad visa tai atsidurs po NATO stogu, koordinuojant NATO, yra labai gerai ir aš manau, kad tai suteiks daugiau, sakyčiau, postumio pozityvaus į priekį ir mes galėsime pilniau užpildyti ir įgyvendinti šitą principą, kurį, kaip minėjau, numatėme dar Vilniaus viršūnių susitikime. Ačiū.
It is my great honor that I lead Montenegro's delegation on this year's NATO summit, especially so because we are commemorating 75 years since the North Atlantic Treaty was signed exactly here in Washington, D.C. in 1949. This is the most successful defense alliance in the history of the world, and Montenegro is very proud to be an allied country. We have 32 allied countries now. We are very committed to this alliance, and we are showing the unity more than ever, as evidenced by the 2% target, spending target, that this year we have record 23 member states reaching that target, and others soon to come. Montenegro is one of them. And Montenegro has been investing heavily this year in modernization and equipment, as evidenced by the 36% of our defense budget. We are ready to be committed. We are ready to be reliable, predictable, and a credible partner. Thank you.
Sveika Latvija, sveika Eiropa. Jā, man ir
Well, after more than 200 years of military non-alignment, I have the privilege of being at my very first NATO summit as a full-fledged NATO member of Sweden. And that is, of course, historic for us, but I do think we will add a few things to the alliance as well. Normally, when I'm asked what does Sweden bring to NATO, I normally answer we bring geography and we bring capacity. Geography for obvious reasons. Just look at the map in the Nordic region. Now, the full Nordic region is NATO land. That creates totally new possibilities for cooperation in our part of the world. The second is capacity. We have unique capacities in terms of military equipment, in terms of air defense, fighters, submarines, intelligence, radar, not least very well-trained, internationally trained soldiers. So I think we bring quite a few things also as assets to the alliance, together with our strong military defense industry. Finally, we are, since a few years, we are reaching the 2% target. We are heading towards 2.6% the coming years. And we are very strong supporters of the transatlantic cooperation in general and transatlantic cooperation to help Ukraine win this war. Thank you so much. Well, we support as strong language as is possible. We like to see Ukraine within the European Union, which they are heading towards, and we would like to see Ukraine also within NATO. Ukraina måste ju svara för Ukraina, men jag är övertygad om att Ukraina kommer se det starka stöd som finns från Ukraina, från hela NATO-familjen. Jag tror vi alla har enorm respekt för att Ukraina behöver mer av allt, vill ha mer av allt, har bråttom, respekt för det. Jag tror också Ukraina förstår att det är ett långsiktigt och uthålligt stöd som de västliga demokratierna nu erbjuder Ukraina. Well, within the NATO framework, I don't have a message, but as an EU member, I do have a message, along with many other EU leaders. I think he should be careful not misusing the presidency for doing trips that could be considered or be looked upon as speaking for the whole of EU. I think that is a mistake, and I think Hungary now they receive the reactions they actually have asked for.
So many leaders of domestic region within the alliance. How is it possible to still send strong signals to Moscow?
Please repeat that.
So many leaders domestically weakened within the alliance. How is it possible to still send strong signals towards Moscow?
I think we do that by joint actions. I mean, we are democracies, and democracies have elections, and every leader knows that sometimes you win elections, sometimes you lose elections, but still, these countries are very stable NATO countries. I think we cultivate that unity and that stability very well together. We are, as you might know, we are part of the F-16 coalition, even though we don't use F-16 for obvious reasons. But we bring other capabilities within that coalition. Just a few weeks ago, we actually deployed or made a decision to deploy two other aircrafts, which actually increased the F-16 capabilities quite significantly through radar surveillance. So we do our part, but not right now with Gripen fighters. We don't exclude that possibility, but it is a bad idea to try to introduce two different aircraft systems at the same time. Oh. Sorry? Well, we hold that option open, and we still prepare for that option. I had a discussion with President Zelensky in Stockholm just a few weeks ago when we described that very carefully. Even still, I fully understand his constant willingness to receive more of everything, inclusive Gripen. And Gripen is as we know, a very good fighter. But right now, I think we do better use for them by deploying other kinds of material right now. Okay, thank you so much.
Good morning. I am honored to be here and grateful to President Biden for hosting this historic summit. And it was a great pleasure to be present at the commemoration at the Mellon Auditorium yesterday. Now, it is always a great pleasure to visit the United States, where I did part of my university studies. But it is especially important and meaningful to come upon such an occasion. As the Prime Minister of Iceland, one of NATO's 12 founding nations, I am extremely happy to attend the first meeting where all the Nordics are present, with Sweden being attending with their leader for the first time after their membership was realized not so long ago. This is a historic point in time for the Nordics and creates a stronger platform for all of the Nordic countries to discuss and evaluate matters of importance in the North Atlantic and in our region of the world. Now, increased tensions in the world, and not least the illegal war that Russia is waging against Ukraine, puts this summit in a not so pleasant context, but it creates an environment under which we must come together and show that the alliance is stronger than ever, that we are willing to do more to strengthen our partnership, and Iceland will be and has been an increasing contributor to the NATO partnership. Thank you.
Bom, muito bom dia a todas e a todos. Eu quero, em primeiro lugar, agradecer em nome do Governo português a hospitalidade do Presidente Biden na realização desta importantíssima cimeira que assinala os 75 anos desta aliança e dizer que Portugal tem dois grandes objetivos nesta cimeira. Por um lado, assumir o seu compromisso de antecipar para 2029 alcançar um quantitativo de despesa no Orçamento do Estado equivalente a 2%, tendo para isso um plano credível que será, ou foi já formalizado através de uma carta que enviei ao Secretário-Geral da Nato e na qual estão também expressas as componentes que incorporam esse esforço. Desde logo a componente humana, de recrutamento e retenção de pessoal nas Forças Armadas Portuguesas e também o apoio a ex-combatentes. Por outro lado, a aquisição de equipamento variado, que vai desde viaturas de combate, de infantaria, a drones, a capacidade aérea e, finalmente, um dos grandes pontos onde temos colaborado e onde muita da despesa é assumida é a nossa participação em missões internacionais. Este esforço é um esforço que vai fazer com que a nossa atual despesa na área da saúde, que ronda os 4.186 milhões de euros, possa atingir cerca de 6 mil milhões de euros em 2029. O que estamos a falar, portanto, de um esforço acrescido correspondente a cerca de 400 milhões de euros por ano. Em segundo lugar, destacar o apoio incondicional de Portugal à Ucrânia. Tivemos a ocasião, no passado mês de maio, de receber a visita do Presidente Volodymyr Zelensky e assinar com a Ucrânia um acordo de cooperação militar para os próximos anos e quero também anunciar que dentro dessa componente de apoio vamos acrescentar ainda este ano 95 milhões de euros aos 126 que estavam precisamente previstos nesse texto. Será, portanto, um esforço na casa dos 221 milhões de euros que faremos este ano, mas é importante que, tal como acontece no investimento correspondente a 2% do nosso produto, quer como acontece especificamente no apoio militar à Ucrânia, nós estamos muito empenhados no Governo em fazer com que a nossa indústria de defesa, nas suas mais variadas dimensões, possa ser uma componente importante do contributo que nós vamos dar. Ou seja, que este dinheiro possa ser despendido na aquisição de material na nossa indústria de armamento, na nossa indústria de material militar, por exemplo, na área dos drones, na nossa indústria de componentes e até na nossa indústria têxtil para efeitos de fardamentos. é um esforço grande que é também completado com toda a nossa despesa ao nível do treino. Nós temos colaborado já com a Ucrânia nesse objetivo, por exemplo, num programa de formação para pilotar aeronaves F-16 e também incorpora um esforço grande no que diz respeito à assistência hospitalar, à assistência médica e à assistência técnica. Esta cimeira é uma cimeira importante para perspectivar os tempos desta aliança, numa altura crucial em que é preciso restabelecer a paz e é preciso também olhar para todas as ameaças que pelo mundo fora, em especial no Sul, estão hoje mais visíveis através da intervenção de países extra-Aliança Atlântica. Sobre a questão específica que colocou, ela enquadra-se dentro da presidência deste semestre da União Europeia e, portanto, só nessa ocasião nos pronunciaremos sobre ela. Esta é uma aliança que se consubstancia no compromisso. E o compromisso que nós vamos assumir nestes 2 dias é um compromisso muito forte para cumprir vários objetivos, nomeadamente de reforço de investimento, de reforço de apoio à Ucrânia e também de reforço da capacidade militar como um todo para ações preventivas e ações humanitárias. Tudo isso, naturalmente, depois de ficar acertado entre todos os Estados-membros, é pressuposto que possa corresponder a uma execução e é isso que nós esperamos de todos. Muito obrigado.
Tudi iz Slovenije. Danes smo na pomembnem zasedanju vrha Nata v Washingtonu in obetamo si, da bomo naredili pomemben premik naprej. Premik ni samo na investicijah v obrambo, premik ni samo v tem, da Ukrajina dobi dodatna zagotovila, da ji bo NATO stal ob strani. Verjamem, da bo premik tudi v tem, da se NATO začne bolj obnašati tudi kot politična vojaška organizacija in na tem področju izvajati naslednje korake, ali na Euroatlantiku ali pa na Indo-Pacifiku. Jaz ne bi šel v detajle tega, kar se pričakuje danes, mislim, da bo za to še dovolj priložnosti. Bi pa rad povedal, da so pričakovanja velika in da glede na včerajšnje dogajanje so naši ameriški gostitelji več kot izpolnili pričakovanja nas, ki prihajamo iz Evrope. Glede tega, da je Ukrajina na poti proti NATO, ni nobenega dvoma. Nenazadnje ta proces traja že kar več kot desetletje. Vprašanje ni ali, vprašanje je kdaj. Razumem, da trenutek še ni napočil, pa vendar, dajmo se pripravljati, kot da je to mogoče že lahko jutri. Tisto, kar je pomembno, je, da v tem vmesnem obdobju se vsi zavedamo svojih obveznosti, prispevamo krepiti svojega vojaškega proračuna, svoje obrambne sposobnosti in solidarno prispevamo skupaj z ostalimi članicami NATO, zavezništva, tudi pri prispevkih za Ukrajino. Številke danes še niso posebej razdeljene po državah, mi bomo prispevali solidarno svoj delež. Hvala lepa.
Good morning. Very important NATO summit here. As being said over the past days, NATO is stronger than ever, the most successful military alliance in history. That is because of 2 reasons. First reason, of course, is solidarity. 23 countries today who say that they will defend each other at whenever moment that is necessary. But besides solidarity, it's also the capacity to adapt. In the world of today, NATO needs to adapt itself. In the course of the past 75 years, NATO has adapted multiple times, and we see that today there are and internally and externally forces that challenge NATO, that challenge its effectiveness. And this summit today, the most important outcome of the summit today is showing how NATO is going to adapt in a new world where we are being put under pressure. From Belgium side, extremely happy with the bilateral security agreement that we had with Ukraine. Belgium will be the biggest donor of fighter jets to Ukraine. In total, 30 F-16s will be donated to Ukraine in the next years. And we are doing everything to make sure that within the year of 2024, first Belgian F-16s will be donated to Ukraine. Besides that, of course, our support is broad. We've also done a lot of effort in leveraging the frozen Russian assets, of which a big part are in Belgium, and to make sure that they are being used to support Ukraine in defending itself and in reconstructing Ukraine. Thank you. Well, let's listen around the table the positions that are being put, but I think it's quite clear that Ukraine becoming part of NATO is not a question if, it's a question when. They will be part of NATO at the right moment when the right reforms are being put. And from my perspective, indeed, it is irreversible that Ukraine will be part of NATO at some point. So the decision of the past Belgian government is that the F-16s will be used by Ukrainian pilots and will be used above Ukrainian territory. That is actually the need today. Being able to have air superiority above Ukraine and developing the air defense capacities, that's the most urgent need today. As I just said, the delivery of 30 F-16s is really something that helps Ukraine in building a full-fledged air force, and Belgium will be the biggest contributor to that. So the current restrictions that we put, it is that is utilization above the ground, above the territory of Ukraine. Well, I think the signal is stronger than ever. Moscow expected NATO to be weaker. Today, NATO is stronger than ever. More than ever, countries are increasing their investment in the military. NATO is larger than ever. NATO is more united than ever. Now, that's how democracy works. In European and American democracy, there is transitions. There is some different parties who take over. That's not how it works in other parts of the world. That's not how it works in an autocracy such as Russia, for example. But that you have political shifts, I think it's something we should embrace and not see as a weakness. Thank you. Yeah, of course, we're looking at elections throughout the world, and the American election is a very important one. But let's be extremely clear, it's the American citizens who will make their choice. And that choice is a choice that you will respect if, of course, the rules of democracy are being followed. And we will work together. And from anything I hear, NATO will come out of any election stronger than it is today. Thank you. Yeah. Wait, let me first do the Belgian press a bit. Yes. We hebben de communicatie van Audi Brussel gezien de voorbije dagen. Zoals u weet heeft de vorige regering en de ontslagnemende regering een aantal stappen gezet om duidelijk te maken welke de mogelijkheden voor Audi zijn in Brussel. En ik zal nu maandag samen met formateur Bart de Wever de directie van Audi ontvangen om van hen tekst en uitleg te krijgen en om hen duidelijk te maken welke de mogelijkheden zijn in Brussel. Wij zullen er alles aan doen om een maximaal aantal jobs bij Audi in Brussel te kunnen behouden. En dus samen met formateur De Wever zal ik de directie en de vakbonden van Audi ontvangen nu maandag. Well, within dat de steun aan Oekraïne dat die sterker is dan ooit. Dat de mogelijkheid voor Oekraïne om toe te treden tot de NAVO, dat we elke keer een stap vooruit zetten. En ik hoor ook dat een aantal landen heel concrete voorstellen van militaire steun hier gaan aankondigen, vooral op het gebied van luchtverdediging. En dat is natuurlijk zeer sterk nodig. Ik denk dat dat een goede zaak is. Een aantal weken geleden heeft België een zeer belangrijke aankondiging gedaan, dat 30 F-16's zullen aan Oekraïne geschonken worden, waarvan een aantal nog dit jaar. Hiermee worden wij de grootste leverancier van gevechtsvliegtuigen voor de Oekraïnse luchtmacht. Dat is iets wat zeer sterk gewaardeerd wordt, maar ik hoor dat er nog bijkomende aankondigingen zullen gedaan worden vandaag en dat is een goede zaak. Oké, thank you. This is Belgium, I have to do it in French as well. Oui, allez-y. Je n'ai pas les détails, mais j'ai vu aussi en effet que le Danemark et les Pays-Bas vont annoncer que les premiers F-16 vont être livrés maintenant. C'est une bonne chose et c'est aussi grâce à la coalition dont la Belgique fait part, parce que les F-16 seront livrés parce que il y aura le personnel qui peut faire la maintenance et parce qu'il y aura les pilotes et la formation des pilotes, elle s'est faite largement dans des F-16 belges, dans des missions d'entraînement qui ont eu lieu par exemple au Danemark. Donc je pense que c'est vraiment un succès pour toute cette coalition F-16. Comme j'ai dit, coalition F-16 qui naturellement deviendra plus grande avec l'annonce de livraison de 30 F-16 du côté belge. Soyons clairs, les démarches de M. Orban ne représentent pas le Conseil européen. Sont une action qui n'était pas coordonnée avec d'autres pays et ses opinions et ses actions ne représentent pas l'ensemble des 27 pays européens. Et donc, voilà, il le fait dans sa personne unique hongroise, mais pas dans sa fonction de présidence rotative du Conseil européen. Last one and then, oui. Donc, on a vu les annonces de la direction d'Audi et donc ensemble avec le formateur Bart de Wever, je vais recevoir et les syndicats et la direction d'Audi maintenant lundi pour leur demander plus d'explications et pour regarder ce qu'on peut faire pour garder un maximum d'emplois en Belgique. Cette task force s'est réunie avant, une letter of intent a été faite. Je pense que c'est important maintenant d'écouter quelle est l'action d'Audi, de regarder ce qu'on peut faire et je le ferai donc ensemble avec formateur de Wever à partir de lundi. Well, I met President Biden in the White House a bit more than 1 month ago. I think we had an extremely good discussion, very clear on our objectives as Americans and Europeans working together. We talked, for example, about the frozen assets, where Belgium is playing a leading role. We had an extremely rich discussion. Just as yesterday, I think he had an extremely strong statement that he gave to NATO and to the rest of the world. Thank you. I have to give space to my Luxembourg colleague now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important summit for NATO. You know, we live in a world that is marked by geopolitical divisions, and we have a war on the European soil. And therefore, while some of the leaders some years ago considered that NATO was not anymore the place to be or the organization that we need, I can tell you that for my country, Luxembourg, NATO has always been a guarantee for peace, for democracy, for rule of law, and that is even more the case today. For a very long time, we thought in Europe that peace, democracy, rule of law was guaranteed forever, and it didn't have to take so much care about defense anymore. That has, of course, dramatically changed by the general geopolitical divisions, but also by the unacceptable brutal war of aggression by Russia in Ukraine. And therefore, I think this summit here is important for all of us to come together to say that we are united, and that is also why I will announce today at this summit that my country has decided under the new government that I'm leading that we will come to the 2% benchmark of defense spending by 2030. Luxembourg does not have a huge defense industry, so this will be money that goes to other countries, but we believe that solidarity has a price, because if we don't do this, if we don't spend more money on defense, the price afterwards will be much higher. So for us, a smaller country in Europe, we need to have a strong transatlantic alliance. We believe in solidarity with our partners to share common values, and that is why this summit today is important to reaffirm all those values. At the same time, I'm pleased to inform you that this morning I signed also a security agreement with President Zelensky of Ukraine. It is important that all nations support Ukraine, because what's going on in Ukraine is much more than defending the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. It is about a rules-based international order. It is about a world where borders cannot be changed by force, and especially for smaller countries, that is a guarantee for survival in a difficult environment. And that's why NATO for us is a very important institution for the years to come. Thank you.
We're meeting here in Washington to celebrate the 75th anniversary since the establishment of the world's most successful and most resilient defensive alliance. We're meeting at a time of grave challenges, at a time when there is a war raging in the heartland of Europe. We're meeting at a time when we will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it takes in order to ensure that Russia does not win this war of unprovoked aggression. This is a time when the NATO alliance needs to address a series of complicated global challenges. And this is also a time when we need to reconfirm our steadfast commitment to spend at least 2% of our GDP on defense expenditure. This is particularly important for European countries, not only to meet this target, but also to streamline our defense spending in order to further strengthen the NATO alliance. I have been a steadfast advocate of more integration in European spending. We don't just need to spend more, we also need to be smarter about how we allocate funds in order to increase our collective defense. And strengthening our European defense capabilities is complementary to NATO's defense posture. It strengthens NATO, and that is why we need to use the next European cycle to focus more on how we bolster our European defense. It is in our interest to do so. We're not going to comment on this topic. You know, there are elections coming up in the United States, and we will, of course, respect the decision of the American people. Personally, I've worked both with President Trump and with President Biden. What is of particular interest to us is to ensure that we maintain this very strong transatlantic bond, which has always been at the heart of the alliance.
Аз сигурно няма да ви изненадам, като ще кажа, че позицията ще бъде тази, която е утвърдена от Министерски съвет, разработена от Министерство на външните работи и от Министерство на отбраната. Това са общо взето темите. От най-глобалната тема всъщност е как НАТО да стане по-силен, залагайки на колективното, но освен на колективното, за да се стигне до колективната сила, трябва да бъде и всяка една страна членка да бъде и нейната отбрана усилена, така че това е най-глобалното. Естествено, темата Украйна, как трябва да се покаже подкрепа за Украйна, каквато ние всъщност показваме от началото на войната, и няма нищо неестествено от това, тъй като за всеки е ясно, че едната страна Русия е агресор, а другата страна Украйна е жертва. Съгласно международното право, всяка държава има право на независимост, неутралитет и териториална цялост, така че и нашата помощ, говоря вече за Алианса, помощта на Алианса като цяло е базирана на международното право и всички документи на Организацията на Обединените нации, като устав, харта и така нататък. И съответно българската позиция е същата, каквато и на Алианса като цяло. Още повече, че тя е утвърдена и с 7 решения на Народното събрание. Така че това е позицията, която ние специално ще застъпим и ще утвърждаваме. А ние с президента на Украйна сме се срещали на множество форуми напоследък, като започнете от Германия, Швейцария, имахме се срещи. На последния Европейски съвет също беше президента Зеленски, така че много срещи има. Естествено, че и тук ще се срещнем с него, но и той знае, че може да разчита на България като поддръжник на Украйна в тази справедлива за Украйна битка, да я нарека, то си е ясно, че е война, така че може да разчита Украйна на нас. Такива са и решенията, които са взети пак ще повторя, от парламента на България и съответно ние ги прилагаме и провеждаме външна политика, която е в съответствие с тези решения. Вчера с президента Байден успяхме да разменим няколко думи и те са обаче достатъчни. Ние потвърдихме, че сме надежден и лоялен партньор, не партньор, съюзник в НАТО. А пък от своя страна президента Байден каза, че имаме много ключова роля на източния фланг на Алианса. Впрочем, той ни спомена поименно, ако забелязахте, и в речта си. Така че това е признание. Общо взето това ни бяха разговорите с него. Няма как много дълго говори да се води. Разбирате, защото той на всички трябва да обърне някакво внимание, но мисля, че това, което споделихме помежду си, е достатъчно съществено като тема и признание за нас като член в Северноатлантическия блок. Аз с него най-много разговарях в интерес на истината и даже говорихме, че трябва да се намали напрежението той е след мен на опашката, така че ще го чуете и той какво ще каже. Направихме си снимка, ще я пуснем и нея, но говорихме и на едно мнение бяхме, че трябва да се намали напрежението в говоренето, поне тъй като знаете, че обикновено между гражданите, между народите на две особено съседски страни няма напрежение и политиците, ако не помагат да се развиват по-добре, поне не трябва да пречат. Това е мое разбиране по принцип, а най-добре е да помага. Така или иначе вчера говорихме, че трябва да се нормализират отношенията и да се върнат в онова русло, което беше в 2017 година, когато беше подписан договор за добросъседство. И двамата бяхме на това мнение, пък да видим какво ще се получи, но няма нищо по-добро от хубави, добри отношения между съседи, че даже ние може да се каже, че сме и повече от съседи с Република Северна Македония. Трябва да се развие икономиката. Ако сътрудничеството е на задоволително ниво, трябва да започнем да развиваме свързаността във всичките аспекти – транспортна, икономическа и така. Не сме отстъпвали, обаче казал съм, че трябва да се спазват и изискванията, които са поели. Не говоря даже само за Република Северна Македония, а въобще за всички страни от Западните Балкани. Виждате, че не ги отделяме пред скоба. Нашата позиция е европейската такава, която е общо европейска позиция, че всички държави кандидати за членове на Европейския съюз трябва да спазват изискванията, които са към всички. Благодаря.
Благодарам на прашањето. За нас представува посебна чест и задоволство да се биде во друштво на овие луѓе. Заедно со нив да го одбележиме овој јубилеј, 75 години од постоењето на НАТО алијансата, најголемата одбранбена алијанса во светската историја. Како држава подготвени сме да го додадеме својот придонес на сето она што представува вредност. Тука сме заедно со нашите сојузници да ја потврдиме нашата посветеност, како и до сега, така и во иднина, дека ќе го промовираме мирот, стабилноста и владењето на меѓународното право. Како малоброен народ, сакаме да потврдиме дека она кое што за нас е важно е да во деновите кои што овде ќе разговараме за важните прашања, ги донесеме најзначајните одлуки кои што ќе моделираат иднината на човештвото во следните декади. И ние ќе го дадеме својот придонес. Македонија како држава има намера да продолжи на тој начин да функционира и да ги промовира вредностите. Како македонска влада сакаме да бидеме рамо до рамо со нашите сојузници и да го потврдиме слободарскиот дух на македонскиот народ и на македонските граѓани. Она кое што исто така сакам да го потврдам е дека остануваме посветени на исполнување на обврските, односно минимум 2% од бруто домашниот производ да бидат инвестирани во модернизација на нашата армија, нешто кое што е многу важно, затоа што само на тој начин ќе ги следиме современите чекори и ќе следиме најголемата светска одбранбена алијанса која што некогаш постоела. Благодарам. Кој имате прашање, повелете. Благодарам.
Good morning. I am Congressman Jerry Conley, and I am serving as the president of NATO's Parliamentary Assembly, which is the legislative arm of NATO. And delighted to be here at the summit in very hot weather here in Washington. I will be addressing the summit shortly. I think I'm kicking off the summit actually in my remarks. And I wanted to just give you a quick preview of what it is we want to say on behalf of the parliamentarians of NATO. We want to absolutely assert solidarity with respect to Ukraine's struggle against a depraved sociopath, Vladimir Putin. And if we needed to be reminded of that, we certainly saw that in the wanton attack on a children's hospital earlier this week. We must win this struggle. It's not just about Ukrainian sovereignty, though it is about that. And it's not just about territory, though it is about that. It is the dialectic, the struggle between free peoples and democratic societies and democratic values and the authoritarian model that suppresses the human spirit in almost all aspects of life. And secondly, we believe that after 75 years, NATO must create architecture beyond a verbal commitment to democratic structures and values. And we want to create a Center for Democratic Resilience in NATO headquarters itself, because we believe it's time for NATO to, as NATO, be a proponent of, advocate for, resource for, and defender of democratic societies and norms and values. We believe that that's really important for our own existing membership, for our partners all around the world, and for aspirants who are desirous of being NATO members. And so that's our top legislative priority for the summit, and reaffirming our support for Ukraine until Ukraine prevails in the struggle with Russia is, of course, paramount as well. Thank you so much for having me here today, and have a great summit.
Very good morning. It's great to be here in Washington to celebrate 75th anniversary of the Alliance. I'm very confident that we are going to decide today and tomorrow on a very substantial support package for Ukraine. I do believe that allies need to step up all the efforts. I also believe that we need to discuss, frankly, also the need to allow Ukrainians to use all the weapons without any restrictions. Another topic that is very important for all allies is defense spending and burden sharing. Latvia is at this point spending 3% of GDP. Not everyone is still up to 2%, but I do believe that the current geopolitical situation warrants the discussion and also decisions and also the implementation of those decisions to step up to 2%, but actually our goal needs to be at some point already more than that, at least 2.5%. And of course, my country, being the eastern flank member state, looks forward to have a substantial discussion about strengthening defenses, especially air defense. We are very grateful to those allies that are currently serving in Latvia. We see that implementation of Madrid and Vilnius summit decisions are going well. But of course, there are always things to discuss and also to get further elaborated. And finally, I'm also very happy that we are going to have a meeting with our Indo-Pacific partners, because, let's face it, the security is indivisible, and we are very grateful to Ukrainian policy of those partners, but we also understand that we need to address concerns of Indo-Pacific partners. Thank you. Sorry? I do believe that we are going to agree on irreversible path of Ukraine to NATO. I do believe that we are not going to see any drama here. But of course, the big issue is that when this meeting ends, when declaration is adopted, is how practically we are going to support Ukraine, how practically we are going to implement that irreversibility, that bridging, that whatever is going to be put in the final version of the statement. Ka viss tas, ko mēs šobrīd vēlamies redzēt saistībā ar pretgaisa aizsardzību, gaisa aizsardzības stiprināšanu, saistībā ar papildus nepieciešamajiem lēmumiem, lai stiprinātu mūsu drošību, ka tas arī būs. Man ir diezgan liela pārliecība, ka šeit mūs gaida labi lēmumi.
Par ilgtermiņa apdraudējumu NATO oficiālajos dokumentos, vai tas kaut ko maina tajā līdzinājā politikā un pieejā?
Es domāju, ka kopš 2014. gada un sevišķi 2022. gada kontekstā, tad, kad Krievija sāka pilna mēroga agresiju pret Ukrainu, nevienam jau nav īpašu ilūziju vai neviens īpaši nelolo lielas cerības uz to, ka Krievija pēkšņi kaut kādā brīdī var pārtraukt to politiku, to agresiju, ko tā ir darījusi. Tādēļ Visa šī diskusija varbūt, kas ir ļoti būtiska ar diplomātiskām niansēm, protams, ir svarīga, bet runājot ar sabiedroto līderiem līdz šim, es redzu pilnīgu pārliecību, pilnīgu izpratni par to, kas ir Krievija. Tas, ka varbūt kādam gribās kaut kādas nianses īpaši slikt, tas ir šāda veida samitu, šāda veida diskusiju neatņemama sastāvdaļa. Thank you.
I've just had a very good meeting with President Zelensky where I made it absolutely clear that as far as the UK is concerned, the change of government makes no difference to the support that we will provide. We've been united on this when we were in opposition, and it was really important to me to be able to affirm that face-to-face in the meeting. I did speak to him immediately after I was sworn in as Prime Minister last week. And so we build on that here at NATO at this important summit because it is an opportunity for our Labour government to reaffirm our commitment to NATO. We obviously signed the original treaty way back. We reaffirm today, but also to discuss with President Zelensky what further support that he needs and to use our opportunity here with our allies to make sure that that support is agreed. And to reinforce, in a sense, as a message to Putin, the resolve of NATO, bigger now than it's ever been, more united than it's ever been, and absolutely clear-eyed about the threat of Russian aggression. Very good bilateral meetings that we've had an opportunity to make sure that those relationships are reset, for me to be able to say that our position on the world stage, leading on issues like defence and security, on climate change and on energy are so important. So a really good opportunity. But now we go on and do the work in Council.
Finally, you're looking forward to your trip to the White House?
I'm very much looking forward to it. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. If you allowed me, I will speak to our Slovak media, please. Pre Slovensko je kľúčové ako člena východného krídla NATO, aby bola posilnená protizdušná obrana východného krídla ako takého. Samozrejme vítam rozhodnutie pána prezidenta Bidena posilniť vzdušnú obranu ukrajinského vzdušného priestoru aj vo vzťahu k nedávnym vážnym útokom zo strany Ruska na území Ukrajiny a k tragédiám, ktoré za posledné dni nastali aj v oblasti civilných obetí. Na druhej strane budem dnes ale na samite a aj na Public Fore hovoriť o tom, aké sú kapacity obranného priemyslu Spojených štátov a Európy ako takej, aby sme vôbec naše plány o celkovej ochrane nášho východného krídla protizdušnou obranou boli schopní realizovať. Pretože ďalších niekoľko kusov protizdušnej obrany na Ukrajinu znamená, že nebude ich dostatok pre členské krajiny NATO a Slovensko pravdepodobne naďalej zostane bez efektívnej ochrany vzdušného priestoru a priemysel a kapacity európskeho obranného priemyslu nedávajú nádej, že sa z krátkodobého hľadiska dá to potrebné množstvo techniky nejakým spôsobom aj vyrobiť a dodať. Takže na jednej strane vítam rozhodnutie pána prezidenta, je to momentálne veľmi dôležité pre obyvateľov Ukrajiny. Na druhej strane ale to spôsobí podľa mňa ďalší nedostatok a oneskorenie dodávok smerom aj na východné krídlo NATO. Opakujem, Slovensko je bez ochrany vzdušného priestoru a je to pre nás kľúčová otázka, o ktorej dnes budem na samite hovoriť. Ak budeme hovoriť o záveroch, tak chcem potvrdiť, že Slovensko sa zúčastní na celkovom finančnom balíku, ktorý pod gestiou NATO bude pripravený pre Ukrajinu. Slovensko si započíta tieto výdavky do svojich 2% výdavkov na obranu. Započítajú sa do toho výdavky Slovenskej republiky alebo Ministerstva obrany. A zároveň, ak hovoríme o členstve Ukrajiny v NATO a toho finálneho textu, ktorý tu je pozícia Slovenskej republiky nemenná. Slovensko podporuje maximálne integračné úsilie Ukrajiny do Európskej únie a poskytne všetko svoje know-how pri reformách a tak ďalej. Na druhej strane ale trváme na texte, ktorý hovorí o budúcom členstve NATO Ukrajiny, že momentálne je možné túto otázku otvoriť, až keď bude na Ukrajine mier a nebude prebiehať vojnový konflikt. A aj to vždy do budúcna za podmienok, tak ako hovorí zmluva, ak budú splnené podmienky, ak sa na tom zhodnú všetky členské krajiny Severoatlantickej aliancie. Musím povedať skôr opačné. Keby skolabovala Ukrajina, je to veľmi nepríjemná situácia aj pre nás a celé východné krídlo NATO. Na druhej strane ale hovoriť dnes o členstve Ukrajiny v NATO je predčasné a za týchto vojenských podmienok ani nemožné. Hovorí to zmluva a preto ten postoj Slovenskej republiky treba vnímať, že je veľmi pragmatický, veľmi realistický a odráža skutočnú realitu. Slovensko nerobí politiku veľkých prehlásení a hollywoodských gest, ale hovorí o tom, čo sa reálne dá alebo nedá urobiť. A v tomto prípade členstvo NATO pre Ukrajinu je možno nejaký vzdialený cieľ alebo aj nejaká žiadosť samotnej Ukrajiny, ale tá skutočná realizácia je ešte veľmi, veľmi ďaleko od nás a bude závisieť od rozhodnutia všetkých členských krajín NATO. Nie je to len na rozhodnutí samotnej Ukrajiny. Zdá sa, že je definitívna zhoda. Slovenskej republike vyhovuje text, ktorý hovorí práve v časti vstupu Ukrajiny do NATO, potenciálneho vstupu, že sa tak môže stať niekedy v budúcnosti za splnení všetkých podmienok a len za všeobecného súhlasu všetkých členov členských krajín NATO. Okay, thank you very much. Look, we are satisfied now with the conclusions, how they are prepared for our debate today. Of course, for us it's crucial that there is mentioned that if all the conditions are fulfilled and all member states agreed, of course, like it is in the treaty. Thank you very much.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Witam bardzo serdecznie. Jak Państwo widzicie, rozpoczynamy drugi dzień jubileuszowego szczytu Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego w Waszyngtonie. Wczoraj mieliśmy uroczystą inaugurację, a zarazem uroczyste obchody tego 75-lecia z naszego polskiego punktu widzenia także, a może przede wszystkim 25-lecia także i naszej obecności w Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckim. Bardzo ważny moment. Ten szczyt ma istotne znaczenie dla umocnienia więzi sojuszniczej, dla pokazania całemu światu, że jesteśmy razem, stoimy twardo, oprzemy się każdemu niebezpieczeństwu. NATO jest sojuszem obronnym. Podkreślić to bardzo mocno chcę i z całą pewnością szczyt także będzie to podkreślał. Nikogo nie atakuje, ale będzie bronił każdej piędzi ziemi Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego, a więc każdego państwa, które do Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego należy, przed wszelkimi zagrożeniami. Dzisiaj tym największym zagrożeniem, bez wątpienia, w szczególności my to obserwujemy w Europie, na wschodniej froncie Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego, jest Rosja, która napadła na Ukrainę bez żadnego uzasadnienia, prowadzi agresję przeciwko temu suwerennemu, niepodległemu państwu już od 2,5 roku. Ukraina jest wspierana w tych działaniach obronnych przez państwa Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego. Mam nadzieję, że ten szczyt NATO tutaj w Waszyngtonie, jubileuszowy szczyt NATO, wyśle wyraźny sygnał, po pierwsze o tym, że droga Ukrainy do NATO jest nieodwracalna, w tym znaczeniu, że w istocie NATO jest gotowe przyjąć Ukrainę w swoje szeregi, a decyzja w istocie przede wszystkim należy do ukraińskiego społeczeństwa, które musi tego chcieć. Ale nikt z zewnątrz nie może tego zablokować. Nikt poza państwami NATO, które decydują o przyjęciu kolejnego państwa do Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego i społeczeństwem tego państwa, które demokratycznie decyduje o kierunkach polityki państwowej, nie może w tych sprawach decydować. Nikt z zewnątrz nie ma na ten temat nic do powiedzenia i nie może się tutaj skutecznie wtrącić. To jest bardzo ważny message, który mam nadzieję, że ten szczyt Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego, jeżeli chodzi o Ukrainę, wyśle. Poza tym nowe formy wsparcia i budowania relacji pomiędzy Sojuszem Północnoatlantyckim a Ukrainą, budowania partnerstwa, które stanowi tą drogę Ukrainy do NATO, czyli w szczególności stworzenie centrów koordynacji, centrów treningowych. Dzisiaj takie centrum jest budowane także w Polsce, w Bydgoszczy, nazywamy je w skrócie JTEC, wspólne ukraińsko-natowskie centrum analiz, szkolenia i edukacji, w którym będą szkoleni ukraińscy żołnierze. Będzie także wymiana doświadczeń pomiędzy ukraińskimi żołnierzami a ekspertami z NATO co do strategii, co do metod stosowanych na polu walki, także przez rosyjskiego agresora, więc to będzie takie budowanie, można powiedzieć, wspólnych zdolności obronnych przez Ukrainę i NATO razem w ramach tego centrum i wielkie centrum w Wiesbaden w Niemczech, które będzie realizowało zadania koordynujące związane ze wsparciem dla Ukrainy właściwie na wszystkich polach, jeżeli chodzi o obronę przed rosyjską agresją. Mam nadzieję, proszę Państwa, że będzie mowa też o tym, co dla przedstawicieli Ukrainy kluczowe, dla prezydenta Wołodymyra Zełenskiego. Ja rozmawiałem z Wołodymyrem Zełenskim 2 dni temu w Warszawie, długo, bo w drodze na szczyt NATO odwiedził nas, jak Państwo wiecie, a mianowicie formalne zaproszenie Ukrainy do NATO. Ten szczyt tego zaproszenia najprawdopodobniej nie wyślę, ale mam nadzieję i będę o tym mówił też w swoich wystąpieniach, że stanie się ono faktem już na kolejnym szczycie Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego, który będzie w Hadze. Tu w każdym razie, proszę Państwa, umocnienie jedności, budowanie zdolności obronnych Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego w zakresie obrony przeciwlotniczej, obrony przeciwrakietowej, umacniania wschodniej flanki, realizacji planów regionalnych, wypełnienia ich w 100% i budowania nowych zdolności także w zakresie współpracy z Ukrainą. To są te najważniejsze elementy i decyzji, i przekazu, który chcielibyśmy, żeby popłynął z tego szczytu Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego.
Atlantyckiego, ale przede wszystkim jedność, odporność i gotowość. To jest najważniejsze, żeby szczyt NATO umacniał bezpieczeństwo państw NATO. To ma znaczenie kluczowe także dla nas, Polaków, którzy, powtarzam jeszcze raz, nie tylko świętujemy 75-lecie Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego, ale także 25-lecie w tym roku naszej przynależności do tej wielkiej wspólnoty bezpieczeństwa i obrony przed wszelką agresją.
Przemówienie Joe Bidena i jego słowa, że Ukraina może powstrzymać i powstrzyma Putina. Czy po tym szczycie Ukraina ma szansę na kolejną pomoc, która może rzeczywiście urealnić te słowa?
Przede wszystkim bardzo się cieszę zarówno z wystąpień pana prezydenta Joe Bidena, bardzo twardego, bardzo mocnego, z bardzo jasnym przekazem, co chcę podkreślić, właśnie ten fragment mówiący o tym, że Ukraina de facto pokona Rosję w tym znaczeniu, że oprze się Rosji, że Rosja nie zwycięży, miało najistotniejsze znaczenie, bo to jest także informacja co do przyszłości polityki, zarówno amerykańskiej, jak i tej, którą Stany Zjednoczone będą chciały realizować w ramach sojuszu, czyli wspieranie Ukrainy na wszelkich polach, a przede wszystkim niedopuszczenie do tego, by Ukraina w tej wojnie uległa Rosji. To jest ze strony najsilniejszego mocarstwa stanowiącego trzon Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego bardzo ważna informacja od głowy państwa, która została wczoraj wysłana w świat. I to, co powiedział sekretarz generalny Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego Jens Stoltenberg w swoim wystąpieniu, że nie możemy dopuścić do tego, żeby Rosja wygrała tę wojnę. To jest drugi niezwykle ważny element przekazu. We cannot let Russia win this war. To był ten bardzo ważny moment. Te dwa wystąpienia, można powiedzieć, pod tym względem absolutnie się zgrały i stanowiły taki wspólny przekaz dla całego świata.
So many leaders domestically weakened within the alliance. How does this summit want to send a strong signal to Moscow?
The strong signal to Moscow is unity of a transatlantic alliance and the readiness, and that we strengthen our military capabilities. This is the strong message, that we will support, that we send the military equipment together to Ukraine to help Ukraine stop Russian aggression, Do not let Russia win this war. This is the main message to Russia.
Czyli jest na to zgoda wszystkich członków NATO, żeby ta decyzja, jeśli chodzi o Ukrainę, no rzeczywiście była nieodwracalna?
Proszę Państwa, dyskusja jest właściwie tylko wokół tego momentu, w którym Ukraina będzie przyjęta do Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego, a nie na temat samego faktu, czy Ukraina powinna być przyjęta do NATO, czy nie. Bo o tym wszyscy doskonale wiedzą, że tak naprawdę szanuje się tutaj decyzję społeczeństwa ukraińskiego. To oni wyznaczają kierunek, w którym chcą, żeby podążało ich państwo. Czy ono ma podążać ku wschodowi, czy ono ma podążać ku wspólnocie wolnego Zachodu. Dzisiaj ten głos społeczeństwa Ukrainy jest jasny i wyraźny. Chcą przynależeć do wspólnoty Zachodu, a wspólnota Zachodu wysyła bardzo wyraźny sygnał do Ukrainy, że jest na tą przynależność otwarta, jest na tą przynależność gotowa. Dzisiaj jest tylko jeden problem, a mianowicie to, że wojna musi się zakończyć, bo Ukraina ma zostać przyjęta do NATO na wszystkich pełnych prawach, tak jak każde inne państwo członkowskie, po prostu jako zwykły członek Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego, a to oznacza, że będzie wobec Ukrainy obowiązywał artykuł 5, czyli obowiązek kolektywnej obrony. No dzisiaj, kiedy wojna trwa, oznaczałoby to automatyczne włączenie się NATO do wojny przeciwko Rosji, a tego z kolei nikt nie chce, bo NATO wspiera Ukrainę, NATO będzie wspierało Ukrainę, ale NATO nie chce prowadzić wojny z Rosją. W związku z powyższym jest otwarta ta droga Ukrainy do Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego, ale jest dyskusja na temat momentu, w którym kolejne kroki powinny zostać na tej drodze dokonywane. Yesterday I talked with President Biden, and there is no doubt that everything is okay.
What do you make of the political conversation taking place here in Washington, though, around whether he continues as the nominee and the election? Obviously,
obviously President Zelensky mentioned yesterday that Russia, that the entire world will be watching.
This is the decision of the President Biden and his family, and we don't interfere in the American elections, because this is the duty and this is the privilege of Americans to decide who is the president, who will be the next president of the United States of America. We'll see. We will. I hope we will send a common message to the world. What's the decisions of the NATO summit this time, and that unity is a unity as always. Thank you.
and President Joe Biden will now welcome the allied heads of state and government to the Washington summit. Le secrétaire général de l'OTAN et le président des États-Unis vont accueillir les chefs d'État et de gouvernement alliés au sommet de l'OTAN. His Excellency, Mr. Christian Mikoski, President of the Government of the Republic of North Macedonia. His Excellency, Dr. Robert Golob, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia. His Excellency, Mr. Dimitar Glavchev, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. His Excellency, Mr. Zoran Milanovic, President of the Republic of Croatia. His Excellency, Mr. Klaus Werner Johannes, President of Romania. His Excellency, Mr. Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary. His Excellency, Mr. Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland. His Excellency, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway. His Excellency, Mr. Luis Montenegro, Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. Son Excellence, Monsieur Luc Frieden, Premier ministre du Grand-Duché de Luxembourg. Her Excellency, Ms. Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark. Her Excellency, Ms. Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Petr Pavel, President of the Czech Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. His Excellency, Mr. Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania. His Excellency, Mr. Miljko Spajic, Prime Minister of Montenegro. His Excellency, Mr. Edgars Rinkevič, President of the Republic of Latvia. His Excellency, Mr. Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland. His Excellency, Mr. Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden. His Excellency, Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. His Excellency, Mr. Pedro Sanchez, President of the Government of the Kingdom of Spain. His Excellency, Mr. Bjarni Benediktsson, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland. His Excellency, Mr. Dick Schoof, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. The Right Honourable Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Son Excellence, Monsieur Alexandre De Croo, Premier ministre du Royaume de Belgique. Her Excellency, Ms. Kaja Kallas, Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia. Son Excellence, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, Président de la République française.
Ladies and gentlemen, please look into the camera for 8 seconds. Thank you.
quite frequently we see each other.
That's very good.
Töpuðu í Wales, Englandi voru með 0, eitthvað aukningu, prósentu sko. Og þetta er mjög merkilegt sko. Það er nú að vera að kjósa sig frá því sem þú hafðir en ekki að okkur öðru sko. Það er svolítið dapurlegt en bara hörð staðreynd.
Excellencies, the Secretary General of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and the President of the United States. Excellences, le Secrétaire Général de l'OTAN et le Président des États-Unis.
So, good afternoon. Welcome to all of you. It's great to see you all here at this summit. Welcome to the NATO summit in Washington. And many thanks to our host, the United States, and many thanks to you personally, President Biden. Dear Joe, there is no better place to celebrate the 75th anniversary of our alliance than right here in Washington, where the North Atlantic Treaty was signed back in 1949. So thank you so much for hosting us all here. And thank you also, President Biden, for your personal leadership and your strong commitment over many years to NATO, to our transatlantic alliance. This has all made us stronger. Let me also welcome Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson. This is your first time as a full member of the alliance, as Prime Minister attending a NATO summit. So welcome to the family, Ulf. It's great to see you here. In this first session, we will make decisions for our future security. We will strengthen our defense. 23 allies now meet the target of spending 2% of GDP on defense, up from just 3 allies in 2014 when we made the pledge to invest more in defense. We will increase our support for Ukraine by establishing a NATO coordination and security assistance and training for Ukraine, and by ensuring a sustained support for the long term. Support to Ukraine is not charity, it is in our own security interest. And we will reinforce our partnerships in the Indo-Pacific to push against the growing alignment of Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. Let me now pass the floor to President Biden for his opening statement. So please, Joe, you have the floor.
Secretary General, allies, friends, 75 years ago, when our nations created the alliance, President Truman said, quote, "We hope to create a shield against aggression, the fear of aggression, and to permit us to get on with the real business of creating a government and society." For 75 years, our nations have grown and prospered behind the NATO shield. Today, we're stronger than we've ever been. Since I took office, we've doubled the number of battle groups in NATO's eastern flank, and the United States has. Finland and Sweden have joined the alliance, and the number of allies spending at least 2% on defense has gone from 9 to 23. That's not happened by chance, but by choice. At our summit 2 years ago, we launched a plan to modernize our deterrence and our defense. And today, we have to ask ourselves, what is next? How can we keep making the shield stronger? One answer must be to strengthen our industrial base. Right now, Russia is on a wartime footing with regard to defense production. They're significantly ramping up their production of weapons, munitions, and vehicles. And they're doing it with the help of China, North Korea, and Iran. We cannot, in my view, we cannot allow the alliance to fall behind. The fact is that so many of let me put it this way. I'm very pleased that today all NATO members are making the pledge to expand our industrial base and our industrial capacity, like our defense spending commitment. This is a critical step to maintaining our security. The first time ever, every NATO nation is pledging to develop plans for defense production at home. That means, as an alliance, we'll become more innovative and competitive. And we're able to produce more critical defense equipment more quickly than we may need it. You know, we will not be surpassed, we cannot be surpassed by anyone when it comes to our readiness. Here at home, Americans have seen the power of investments like these. In my administration, we've already invested $30 billion in defense manufacturing to restart or expand production across 35 of our states. We're investing billions more. The result, stronger supply chains, a stronger economy, stronger military, and a stronger nation. Let me close with this. This new pledge sends an unmistakable message to the world that every NATO member is committed to doing their part to keep the alliance strong. We can and will defend every inch of NATO territory, and we'll do it together. And that we're investing in our future strength to ensure NATO will always be ready for whatever threats we will face should be a clear message we're sending to the world. So I want to thank you, every NATO member, for your commitment for our shared security. And I will now ask the press to depart so we can get started.
Thank you so much, President Biden, for those remarks. And as the President said, this ends the public part of the meeting, and we ask the media to depart, and then we will continue just a second. Thank you so much.
evening, everyone. We'll hear from the Secretary General.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you all. We have just concluded a meeting of the North Atlantic Council at the level of heads of state and government. We took important decisions to make NATO stronger and allies safer, and to ensure that we share the burden of maintaining our security. First, on deterrence and defense. We have deployed combat-ready forces on NATO's eastern flank, put in place the most comprehensive defense plan since the Cold War, and we now have over 500,000 forces at high readiness in the alliance. Today, we decided to adapt NATO's command structure, improve our integrated air and missile defense systems, and to go further to match our defense plans with the necessary capabilities. All of this has been made possible by historic increases in defense investment across the alliance. When we made the pledge to invest 2% of GDP in defense back in 2014 at the NATO summit, only 3 allies met the mark. Today, 23 allies are investing at least 2% of GDP in defense, a record high number. This also brings the total defense spending of European allies and Canada above the 2% target. So we have delivered. At the same time, we recognize that more is needed, including to ensure we can produce key capabilities. So today, allies agreed a pledge that will strengthen transatlantic defense industrial cooperation to boost production. Allies also agreed to strengthen our air and missile defenses, including with the new Aegis Ashore ballistic missile defense base in Poland. Second, on Ukraine, we will meet President Zelensky tomorrow in the NATO-Ukraine Council, but today we took major decisions to further strengthen our support and to share the burden. We agreed to launch NATO security assistance and training for Ukraine. We will take over the coordination and provision of most of the international security assistance to Ukraine, with a command led by a 3-star general and around 700 personnel working at a NATO headquarters in Germany, and at hubs in the eastern part of the alliance to provide the support to Ukraine. NATO will coordinate the training of Ukrainian forces at facilities in allied countries. We will support Ukraine by planning and coordinating donations, and will manage the transfer and repair of equipment. We will also provide support to the long-term development of Ukraine's armed forces. This will not make NATO party to the conflict, but it will help Ukraine to uphold its right to self-defense. We also agreed a financial pledge, helping Ukraine to build a force capable of defeating Russian aggression today and deterring it tomorrow. We have agreed that 40 billion euros is a minimum baseline within the next year, and to ensure sustainable funding for Ukraine to prevail. We also agreed to review this at our summit in 2025, not least to ensure it continues to meet Ukraine's needs. We are not doing this because we want to prolong a war. We are doing this because we want to end the war as soon as possible. The quickest way to end the war is to lose a war. But that would not bring peace. It will only bring occupation. So unless we want Ukraine to lose, unless we want to bow to Putin, we need to show commitment and resolve. The more credible and enduring our support, the quicker Moscow will realize it cannot wait us out, and the sooner the war can end. In our meeting, we also decided to take further steps to bring Ukraine even closer to NATO. As Ukraine continues its vital reforms, we will continue to support them on their irreversible path to NATO membership. The work we are doing together now will ensure that when the time is right, Ukraine can join without delay. It is not a question of if, but when. Finally, in this dangerous world, friends and partners are more important than ever. So today, we agreed to continue to strengthen our partnerships, especially in the Indo-Pacific. Security is global, not regional. Putin's war is fueled by those who do not share our values. Iran and North Korea provide direct military support, while China is propping up Russia's war economy. This is not just a temporary coalition of convenience. It is a major strategic shift. And we must remain clear-eyed as to the threat it poses. As NATO allies agreed today in our summit declaration, China has become a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine. And China's support increases the threat Russia poses to Euro-Atlantic security. Allies have stated clearly that China cannot enable the largest conflict in Europe in recent history without this negatively impacting their interest and reputation. Tomorrow, NATO allies will meet with our 4 Indo-Pacific partners and the European Union, and we will continue to deepen our cooperation in addressing shared challenges. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll give the first question to Fats over there.
Thanks a lot, Thomas Butschka, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. Secretary General, you have just referred to this sentence in the declaration, which reads, the People's Republic of China cannot enable the largest war in Europe in recent history without this negatively impacting its interest and reputation. So my question to you, which specific measures do you deem appropriate to bring this message across to Beijing? And in your view, would sector-specific sanctions be justified instead of what the EU is doing now, just putting restrictions on a small number of companies doing trade between the EU and Russia? Thank you.
So first of all, I think it's important to recognize the importance of that 32 allies state this so clearly. That 32 allies states very clearly that China is a decisive enabler of Russia's illegal war against Ukraine. We represent 50% of the world economy together, and it's first time that all NATO allies states this so clearly in an agreed document. Second, of course, it puts the focus on China as an important enabler of Russia's war. China provides dual-use equipment, microelectronics, a lot of other tools which are enabling Russia to build the missiles, to build the bombs, to build the aircraft, to build the weapons they are using to attack Ukraine. And the fact that this is now clearly stated, agreed by all NATO allies is an important message to China. And then, of course, we also then state that it cannot continue like this without this impacting the interests and the reputation of China. Of course, at the end of the day, this will be for individual allies to make decisions, but I think the message sent from NATO from this summit is very strong and very clear, and we are clearly defining China's responsibility when it comes to enabling Russia's war aggression against Ukraine.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to NBC.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General. In your communique, you talk about strengthening support for Ukraine, and it's demonstrably done here at this anniversary celebration. But President Zelensky has argued in his speech last night again that they need the ability to conduct deep strikes across the border into Russia, 150 to 500 kilometers. They say that there is no other way other than attacking those jet bases, that they know where the bases are, that they can take them out, and that the evidence, certainly the evidence, most people would agree, of Vladimir Putin not needing any more indication of escalating is his own attack on Kyiv, the attack on the Children's Hospital this week, which Zelensky said was a signal to NATO members as on the eve of NATO arriving here. And I also wanted to ask you about, in light of the importance of Ukraine to NATO, what concerns do you and other members have? The members have about the possibility of electing someone to lead the United States who said as recently as last night that before he was president he didn't know what NATO was, and still is criticizing the Europeans for not doing enough when Europe is doing 2% and some are doing more.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, I can answer the last question first. I expect the United States to remain a staunch and, of course, important NATO ally, just by the fact that the United States is by far the biggest ally. And I expect that for at least 3 reasons. One is that it is in the security interest of the United States to have a strong NATO. The United States becomes stronger and safer with NATO than without. The United States has in NATO something no other major power has, and that is more than 30 friends and allies. Russia doesn't have that. China doesn't have that. The United States has that. And the United States is, of course, big. 25% of the world's economy. But if you add together all NATO allies, then we are 50% of the world economy. Twice as big, 50% of the world's military might. So especially in times where the United States is concerned about China, their military capabilities, their economic might, it is even more important to keep NATO with all its friends and allies. So that's the first reason. I strongly believe that countries acting according to their interests, and it is the US security interest to keep NATO. A strong NATO is good for Europe, but it's also very good for the United States. The only time we invoked Article 5 was after an attack on the United States. The second reason why I expect that the United States will remain a loyal ally is that there is broad bipartisan support to NATO. There have just been new opinion polls published, and they reiterate or showed once again that there is strong support across the United States for NATO. And I visited the Senate this morning, and I met with a lot of senators, but also yesterday I met with representatives in the House of Representatives, bipartisan. I met with Speaker Mike Johnson. I met with a broad group of senators this morning from both parties, and they all repeat the same, that NATO is important for the United States. So also in the Congress, in the Senate and the House of Representatives, there is strong bipartisan support for NATO. That's the second reason why I expect the United States to remain a loyal ally. But the third reason is that the main criticism from former President Trump, but also from other US presidents, has not primarily been against NATO. It has been against NATO allies not investing enough in NATO. And that has changed. The clear message has had an impact, because now allies are really stepping up. Just a few years ago, less than 10 allies spent 2% of GDP on defense. When we made the pledge in 2014, it was only 3 allies. Now it's 23 allies. And those allies who are not yet at 2% have plans in place to be there. So this is a totally different world. The message from the United States has been understood, and allies have acted. So for these reasons, it is in the US security interest to have a strong NATO. There is strong bipartisan support for NATO in the United States, and European allies and Canada have actually addressed the main criticism from the United States the lack of burden sharing has been addressed, and allies will continue to address it. So that's the first or the last question. There is one more, and that is about strikes against legitimate military targets on the territory of Russia. We need to remember what this is. This is a war of aggression. Russia has attacked a neighbor, violated their territorial integrity, invaded Ukraine with troops, missile tanks, airstrikes. Ukraine, that's a violation of international law. According to international law, Ukraine has the right for self-defense. We are helping them to uphold the right of self-defense by delivering weapons, ammunition, missiles, some also with long range, including cruise missiles, ATACMS. The right of self-defense includes the right to strike legitimate military targets on the territory of the aggressor, Russia. And allies have imposed different kinds of restrictions. Some have no restrictions at all, but the reality is that allies have provided Ukraine with the weapons and also enabled Ukraine to also strike targets on the territory of Russia. The restrictions varies, but there are allies who have opened up for that. And I think the United States should speak on behalf of the United States, but I think it's well known that there have been some also reduced restrictions. They have lifted some of the restrictions because we have now the new offensive in Kharkiv, where the front line and the borderline between Russia and Ukraine is almost the same. Of course, until now, most of the fighting took place on Ukrainian territory. So then to hit beyond the front line was to actually hit Ukrainian territory. But now, when you have the new front in Kharkiv, the only way to hit actually artillery or airfields which are conducting almost daily attacks against Ukrainian territory is to actually hit them at the territory of Russia, and allies have made that possible.
Thank you. I'll go to Voice of America. Carla, over there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Carla Babb, Voice of America. First, to follow up on my colleague, you had said that the communique's wording on China is an important message for China to hear, but is it a strong enough message to deter China from continuing to support Russia? And then on the INSATU that you've been announcing, can you tell us who will be the three-star general in charge of the NATO security assistance and training for Ukraine? And when will that mission in Wiesbaden, Germany begin? Thank you.
The declaration we have agreed today is the strongest message NATO allies have ever sent on China's contributions to Russia's illegal war against Ukraine. So that in itself is a strong message. And we describe it and we also make it clear that this will impact China's interests. So this is a strong and very clear message from NATO allies. General Cavoli, who is the US commander in Europe, but also the NATO Supreme Commander, Sakur, he is dual-hatted. He has been responsible for the US-led also command that has enabled the provision of training to Ukraine up till now. So this is very much that NATO will take over those responsibilities and step up and do more. Compared to what we did before as NATO. So this will be something that will happen almost seamlessly. I know that General Cavoli has planned this for a long time. He was actually the general, the commander that actually gave us the plan to set up this command. I'm not able to tell you exactly now when, but this will happen soon, and we are very well prepared to take over responsibility for the activities in Wiesbaden and also at the hubs. I'm also careful naming a special, so there will be a three-star general, and also that is in process.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Jordan News Agency.
Mohammed Shaboul from Jordan News Agency. Mr. Secretary General, how will the opening a NATO office in Amman strengthen the NATO's partnership with the South and in Jordan in particular? And how will it help to face the growing challenges in the South, both the abilities of the partner in the South? Thank you.
First of all, I welcome very much that all allies now have agreed that we will have a NATO liaison office in Amman, and this marks a significant milestone in the strategic partnership between Jordan and NATO. This is an issue that I also discussed last time King Abdullah visited NATO. We had a good meeting there, and of course Jordan is a long-standing, highly valued NATO partner, and by establishing the NATO liaison office, we are bringing this partnership to a new level. It also demonstrates that NATO actually addresses the threats and the challenges, but also the opportunities that emanates from the Middle East, from North Africa. Of course, we see terrorist threats, we see instability, but we also see opportunities working more closely with our partners, including Jordan, but we also have partners like Tunisia, we have Mauritania, we have something called the Mediterranean Dialogue, we have the Gulf countries, and of course we also have Iraq, where NATO has a training and the capacity building mission. And we are now stepping up what we also do with other partners in North Africa and the Middle East. To address many challenges, we see more Russian and Chinese presence. We also see constant threat of terrorism. And I just received, or I appointed a group of experts some months ago to put forward proposals on how NATO can address these challenges in a more systematic way, and we have received the report, and allies have agreed to many of the recommendations, and we now have the liaison office in Amman.
Okay, Andrea, Bloomberg.
Secretary General, I want to come back to China. So apart from the unprecedentedly strong wording we can expect from the alliance, what repercussions is NATO considering should China decide to take things one step further and to send direct military aid to Russia?
Sorry, I didn't understand the last part of the question. Send the military aid?
So if China were to send direct military aid?
Yeah. Well, that will make the whole thing much more serious, but the challenge now is that the difference between sending military also weapons and doing what China already does is not that big, because they provide the tools, the equipment, the technology, the microprocessors, the microelectronics that Russia needs to put together these weapons systems. So of course there is a difference, and it will be very serious if they start to deliver lethal weapons, but it is also, of course, a great concern that they enable China. China enables Russia to construct and build the weapons they're using against Ukraine. And and the important thing is that this is the first time 32 allies representing 50% of the world economy states this so clearly. Then NATO is not an organization that in a way imposes economic sanctions. That's for allies and EU and other institutions to do, but we represent now 32 nations which are stating this so clearly, and also the fact that it will impact China's interests if this continues.
Okay, we'll go to Reuters. Andrew.
Andrew Gray from Reuters. Secretary General, you have said, and the Allies have said in their statement today in the declaration, that the path for Ukraine to NATO is irreversible. Can you explain how and why it's irreversible? Surely if a country goes back on reforms, reneges on commitments, by definition it is going backwards, it is reversing its path. That's not to say that's what Ukraine is doing now, but surely you can't rule it out in the future. So in what sense is it irreversible?
In the way that this is a strong message from NATO allies that we really want Ukraine to join, and that we are working with Ukraine to make that happen. Words are important, and words creates expectation creates an agenda, defines an ambition. But of course, as important as words, the language in the declaration is actually what we then have agreed to do. So in many ways, action speaks at least as loudly as words. So I think you need to understand the declaration with a reference to a reverse path to membership together with what we do. The fact that NATO is now taking over the coordination of most of the international aid and training is important also to help Ukraine move towards NATO membership. The fact that we have a long-term commitment moves them closer to NATO membership. Everything we do on interoperability, ensuring that Ukrainian armed forces meet the NATO standards, the NATO doctrines, also help them to move closer to membership. We are agreed to establish a new joint analysis and training center in Poland that will help us to move closer. And of course, the fact that allies are, for instance, delivering F-16s and many other types of weapons, that doesn't only mean that we're delivering F-16s, but that comes with a lot of training where we will then share our doctrines, our thinking, and that will also help them to build a future air force, which will then be absolutely interoperable with NATO. So the full package we have with Ukraine, with the NATO command, the long-term pledge, the delivery of new, more weapons, including more F-16s, the bilateral security agreements, and the package on interoperability, all of that constitutes, as we call it, a bridge to membership. These are concrete actions that will bring Ukraine closer to membership and demonstrate that this will be a reversible path.
Okay, we'll take one final question. We'll give it to the BBC. Over there.
Thank you, Secretary General. You said in your initial remarks that you are not concerned about U.S. commitment to NATO in the future, even if there was a change in administration. But NATO, of course, is made up of, as you mentioned, 32 countries. I'm wondering how much those domestic U.S. considerations came up in discussions today, given it's quite inescapable looking at just the U.S. media landscape, the fact that one candidate is very enthused about NATO and one is publicly much less enthused. What kind of concern are you getting from member states about this issue, even if you yourself say you're confident?
NATO is the most successful alliance in history because we have been able to stay out of domestic political debates. And it is important for me to continue to do what I can to ensure that continues to be the case. Second, we have had many examples of concerns about elections that they will lead to reduced support for NATO. I just read an article about when you had a new government in Portugal in 1975, after years of dictatorship. There were a lot of concern across the alliance that this new government will not support NATO. It turned out to be a very strong supporter of NATO, the new government. We had some left parties entering into government in Europe in the 70s and 80s. Again, a lot of concern, but they turned into be very supportive of NATO. When I formed my second government in 2005, that was a coalition government with the Left Socialist Party of Norway. Concerns about that my government was not reliable when it comes to NATO. It was a very reliable government on NATO issues, and we bought a lot of F-35s. So I'm not saying that we can always just disregard concerns. If you can listen to the speech I gave yesterday, and the main message in that speech is that NATO is not a given in '49, it is not a given now, and it's not a given in the future. But I expect NATO to continue as the strongest and most successful alliance in history because it is in the interest of us to stay together. And the more dangerous the world is, the more obvious it is that we need NATO. So the paradox is in a way that since we now live in a more dangerous world, I'm actually even more strong in my conviction that we can expect that this alliance will continue. It's a bit like a marriage. You have to, in a way, commit every day. But it has proven extremely reliable, this alliance, because it is really in the interest of all allies to stand together, and that also applies for the United States. because the United States is stronger and safer with NATO. And that's the reason why I expect the United States to remain a staunch NATO ally.
And I'm afraid we have to conclude the press conference, but there will be other opportunities to engage with the Secretary General. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much.